We should be getting underway here shortly. How is everyone doing on this wonderful night so far? What in the heck? This should be Division 1, not Division 2. Maybe it's just a mix-up with the number. Sure, it'll fix itself. Yeah. No, it's just a remix up with the number. Is indeed Division 1. Okay, this leaderboard is just slightly wrong. Wait, is it just slightly wrong? Hold up. $55, Bessie of Fury Rock, Falcons, Liquid, no limit, not today. Bandits, potential. Okay, yeah. So the only difference is that Mira down on the 12 spot that you see over there is not gonna be here today. So Mira's not playing today, and instead in that slot is gonna be Kill for Fun. So that is the team that's going to be here instead of Mira. Other than that, everyone else on this leaderboard is correct, and all the rest of these teams will be here. It is just Mira that isn't going to be here. I'm sure that'll get updated on the leaderboard pretty quickly. I just wanted you guys to know as you were looking at the teams that were getting shown here. Should be pretty fun, though. I mean, we got 55, we got Alcadzia, Furia, Rock, Falcons, Liquid, Mission Ready International Alliance, Bestia, potentially Dangerous is in here, so it should be a good group of games that we have going on tonight and tomorrow. I'm hoping that we see some real good form from Falcons. If I had to guess, a lot of these teams will be here this week, but they might not be here next week just because of traveling and everything for PGS. So next week we might not see Alcadzia, we might not see Falcons and Liquid and Mission Ready International Alliance, but we do this week. We get all of their love and attention. And it is gonna be so much fun. 6 matches for us today, starting on Erangel, finishing on Miramar today. And obviously that means that next week, or not next week, tomorrow, what am I talking about? Tomorrow we're gonna start on Miramar and on Erangel, the usual stuff that we do see. Looks like Falcons dropping Pachinki in match number 1. Something that we don't see them do super often anymore. Let's get this audio right about there. Tends to be the sweet spot when we're casting these wonderful matches. It looks like, yes, Naya could be a potential HUD drop spot. I really hope it is. I really hope it isn't, I should say. I'm hoping that Kill for Fun is going to go to a different spot. Let MRIA kind of get a little bit more of their practice in. But if not, then MRIA is just going to get some HUD drop practice at Yaz, and we'll get to see how they deal with it. So it looks like Kill for Fun is going to drop there. Bizzler is going up over to Nolene, but is probably going to have to get back over there pretty quickly. Vox going to be in a similar situation. So that leaves just Snakers and Yaz. Snakers and Gats and Yaz, they gotta try and hold out until their teammates can get over there. Milta Circle. Milta and Lumberyard probably going to be the points of contention. You never know. Maybe we go back across over towards Farm. But I imagine that's where we will see a lot of our teams going. I guess it's a little bit farther north than Milta. I guess Shelter. It's really where we're starting. Oh, is Danny gonna be the first one? I didn't see anyone else pop up in the kill feed, so it looks like Danny may be the first one to go with a Fachita picking up the kill. Fachita! Gosh, if you say it fast enough, it almost sounds like Vegeta. Vegeta! I don't know. But 55 is going to be in a really good spot for that one so far. And then you're going to have Berserk down in prison. Cowboy's already made it over here to look down. 8x Mini to look down into prison. Oh, shots go out immediately as soon as the car stops. He does only a couple of bullets of damage to each player. Just my headset real quick so it's not blasting in my ear louder. But then I can handle. Looks like Gats is laying down with an M249. BL finds a knock and flush onto Pippa as he tried to make his rotate over here. MP5 Mini for BL right now. I'm curious to see how many players may be rocking the MP5. Obviously, we've seen it become a lot more active, but I feel like some of the other SMGs could get used as well. Some of the other SMGs maybe slept on a little bit with the MP5 as a thing. Karak pulling up into a junkyard here. G0 is trying to scout it out a little bit. Just takes a couple of shots over before backing off now that he knows it has been snatched. I think he spotted out the vehicle over in shelter, left right at the top by 55. So Furia just gonna have a 2-2 split a little bit further over here on the western side of the zone. Posa is pulling up, finding a gas can, putting that in his back pocket. Curious to see what a back up job right there he did, getting into that tiny little doorway. Instead of going through the giant opening, he was like, nah, I'm just gonna go in through this door that barely fits the bike really quick. Ooh, Bestia may end up pulling up on Rock. Vinny is right above Solds and RBN. And I don't know if he's spotted them at all. Oh. Cartoons, how you doing? How you doing? Oh, he definitely spotted him right there. Dattery thinks it's a figment of his imagination, and he's like, did I see that door open? That door looked like it was open, but I'm not sure if it was. He's really keeps on peeking and only looking at, one of the buildings. Well, the way he was peeking right there makes me think that he did see RBN. Hopefully he doesn't get taken down by the red zone. Just sitting out on the hill there could be very detrimental to Bestia later on. If they lose him to a red zone right here. Okay, he's gonna survive it just fine. Duck and cover was his solution there. And it did work out just fine for him. Bandits up towards gas station. Honestly, they could end up in a spot to third party if MRIA and Kill for Fun end up fighting. Before they finish their rotate, but they are going to be rotating, and they're going to end up running right into Mission Ready International Alliance, actually. Is Pirlo trying to fight a mini with an M16? Oh, that's an unfortunate headshot as he's trying to just back off right there. He does have a brand new helmet that he can grab. That is unfortunate, Cartoons. It's never fun to get railed. It's usually only fun to do the railing. I do not like to lose. I only like to win. And unfortunately, when we were playing Borderlands, we were just losing because of the poor performance yesterday. That was really unfortunate. You lost a lot today. Doesn't sound like fun. Lingerie with, honestly, quite the lead on the vehicle there. I would say almost too much, especially where Alo was just getting the vehicle started. It surprises me that he put so much of a lead that we could see on it. Because usually when we're in observer mode, we're even like half a second behind sometimes. So it's like if they're aiming over here, we actually see them like aiming right here. So the fact that we saw such a huge lead on that makes me think that he was leading it by a little bit too much. Yeah, hopefully they'll fix it. And it might end up running better. So Vinny at this point definitely knows that Rock is over here. So he's just gonna drive on out of here. It looks like at this point we got like another minute until the zone closes. Besides a couple of people being lost here and there, everyone's staying alive pretty well. It was 61 alive. I believe we started with either 62 or 63. Rock with this 2-2 split. And this is a really, really strong 2-2 split. Because this building, I'd say, that Santasco is in right now is probably one of the most important buildings. Especially when you're going for the win. And you have so much area that you can see as well. As Zero gets a knock onto Champion. Cowboy trying to get some return fire. Covering fire for kill for fun. But unfortunately, was only able to hit one of the 3 headshots he would have needed, because it was only 48 damage for that headshot there. So, you're gonna get Worldwide Rush on Wednesday? Dude, do it. I'm addicted to the game so much. I'm up to 16 hours in it at this point. And I have that game that I'm playing specifically on stream. I've discovered more things with it as well. Apparently you can hire like managers at the cities, I think, to try and make sure that your route is staying efficient and everything, so you're not losing money on them. In return, you only get paid at the end of the month, but that's fine. As kill for fun, it looks like crashing onto Not Today. That nade coming out does find the knock onto Kakao. So now Pirlo only has one more player to deal with below. Zero trying to shoot off Team Liquid as Team Liquid are crashing onto the other side. Sparking goes down to Lingerie. The flush trying to come out. Alo giving the covering fire. Gates shot a few more times, but he does end up going down to Luke 12. Off angle from him, was able to come up big there, and they should be able to get back up to a 4-man. Zero, that is a fence that you can't shoot through right there. And that's a decent Molotov, but you're definitely... I feel like you should have thrown it more for the top of the stairs. That way you could stun and push. Because now he's stunned, but those stuns did absolutely nothing for him. He has one more stun to try and deal with 2 people. That nade, good, but not cooked it. What? What? How? Why did he not react to that nade at all? What? Like, I heard that nade. We heard it bounce. There was no other sounds going on. And he just stayed right there. That's crazy. What a misplay by Zero right there. As it looks like Team Liquid just gonna back up on this. All he had to do was walk outside. Like, that's all he had to do. Was just step outside around the corner for a second. And then go back in after it explodes. That... So wacky to me. we had a little bit of buffers there, so that's why we popped out, but right back into the match. But yeah, I don't know what Zero was doing, and Not Today ends up being the first team eliminated. Which is really surprising because they made it up into the Division 1 lobby for this series to start it off because of their consistent placement points. They weren't necessarily getting a lot of kills, but they were consistently getting like top 5s. And that just gave them enough placement points to stay really in the top 8 and get themselves some Smear Zero League points to then continue to go up against these teams. So the fact that they go out first in game number 1 could be a worrying sight for that team. Oh, we go over to Farm. Alright, Bestia is going to be set up very well for that. Potentially dangerous. Going to have a decent spot. Team Liquid, they have a good spot, but at the same time, trying to play on that hillside is rough. So we're probably going to see them either retreat back into the compounds around them, or crash right onto the 2-man of Bestia on that solo building that's a little bit farther out as a 4-man. It looks like they're going to go down to the south. Furia going up along Death Road as RN0 pulls up with a C4 and it ends up knocking Snakers. Vox gonna be trying to go for the res, should be able to. So RN0 gives up his life for his C4 that did get a knock, but nothing else. Psycho is over here. Gats trying to be ready for it. Going for the shots from the side of the vehicle. Does take him down. He's getting shot in the back by 9. But he hasn't gone down, and now it's going to be Crack. Still up 455. Last one, and he's going to try and reposition. Where is he going to be going? Because 1-0 is right over towards this direction. Fields going for the shots. But he only hits one of them. I'll be interested to see where Crack goes. It's going to be quite a ways as Furia going up against Bandits, getting third-partied by Falcons. And potentially dangerous. Kraken is the last one up. He's going to go for a res. And they actually might be able to get all their players back up because Bandits are already down. So if they just chain the reses really quick, Furia might be back up to a 4-man on the Wizzy Tower. Will they be able to kind of send someone up into it? I don't know. Team Liquid did find a spot in Farm where Bestia didn't have control. So that's a great spot from them. They're now centered up with Bestia. Mission Ready International Alliance. They're taking their time. They're kind of poking around in the blue zone, I feel like, trying to figure out where teams are, where they might get shot from, where there isn't anyone. As AKA takes down Shrimsy from behind. He's going to go down. Nobody's going to be able to get to him in time as Danchin gets the flush onto him. So now Falcon's going to be a 3-man up against AKA Tiggleton. Did spot out 2 of the players here. The shots coming out. He's going for the shots. He does get the knock onto Coyote. Second one goes down. And now Kickstart finds a third AKA. Go from 4 down to a solo. And it's going to be Mission Ready International Alliance shooting into the backside of these players. Hwin wants to try and steal this kill away. Does. Throw the Molotov. Beautiful Molotov there. Is able to connect. Get the kill onto Nanu, a.k.a. down in 14th. And now Mission Ready International Alliance. They were rotating through the blue zone. And now it's going to be right into Falcons to block them from getting any farther. So they're going to have to go even farther in the blue zone, or they're going to have to try and take the fight. As Team Liquid, mine goes down to a spray from Alo. I don't really... Yeah, Mime was trying to leave this building, and because he left that building, Sparking is here instantly. And the nade goes out. That should be able to get the flush onto Mime. Second one followed up to try and confirm it. Now, the first one did enough. Maybe the second one finds DraftKing now. Just a little bit short, but Sparking is over here alone, and now potentially Dangerous is crashing on to Bestia. Flood gets the knock onto Tavon. The nade going downstairs as he preps the blue zones to go just outside. There was another nade thrown in. Flood's got to be a little bit careful, make sure he doesn't go down to the util usage. And he survives here for as long as possible to hope that his team will be able to support this. DraftKing getting ready as Team Liquid are not missing out on this third-party opportunity. They're pushing straight over towards DraftKing. Alo's shoulder was spotted out. He's trying to find a different angle to play it from. Vinny gonna be throwing a stun. Now he is on fire. Oh, he goes down to this. He is so blinded. Down he goes, but Alo does get knocked in return by the nade from DraftKing. And that's gonna be a knock from Purdy. The Molotov gonna flush DraftKing out himself. Only one player up for Bessia. Flood holding against the push from potentially Dangerous. He does take one down. Glock gets the trade. Sparking gonna send it over. And if they can make it over to potentially Dangerous quickly here, they might be able to mop up potentially Dangerous on top of taking care of Bestia. Potentially Dangerous were only a 3-man to start game number 1, so they only have 2 players left. H1 is knocked for Falcons over here. Nades, util coming out. Tableton almost goes down to that nade from No Limit Gaming. Only 1 player left up for them. And he did spot out Kickstart there for a second. He's going to hop in the vehicle. Good thing as well, because that Molotov was right on him. Oh, and he jumps out into the Molotov! What are you doing? And Kickstart able to hit a headshot to finish him off, but he just... I don't even know what to say. Some of the things that these players have done have been so stupid. H-Win with a triple from the Panzer onto Furia. BL does steal 1 kill away. It looks like Zakraken gonna get stolen away by RBN. So H-Win's beautiful Panzer not gonna net them as many points, but Falcons, they already have 12 kills in this one. Gizira throwing a blue zone over, maybe gonna try and get the flush onto H-Win. Oh, Gizira, 2 players sneaking up behind you. So now H-Win does end up going down to Gizira's blue zone nade. And we'll have to see. Falcons going to be in a 2v2 up against 1-0. Oh, it's telling me the autumn sale's going on. Nades coming out from 1-0. Going further than where Falcons are, so Tableton should be able to get some return nades as Kickstart gets some shots onto Fields. Onto Leo as well. So both players taken down a little bit. The bigger problem for Falcons, I feel like, isn't 1-0, but the fact that as soon as these smokes dissipate, if they don't keep them up and they try and push this, Rock has just been laying into teams. And I was saying that where Alcadzia was the better part of their 2-2 split earlier, but I was wrong. Rock now has control of the very center of the zone. A couple of mortars go out. Team Liquid, oh, that mortar was so close. Purdy just sending it straight over. He has the C4. It does go off. So he goes down to Luke 12, but it gets the kill on to Kill for Fun. And it was certainly fun for me. So now... what do we see? What do we see? Rock still just laying into any teams that catch their fancy. Right now, Team Liquid is the team under fire. They should be able to get Purdy up just fine. The little slot in the window. It might be a detrimental thing for Team Liquid. as this 2v2 happening, I think, is out of the way enough. A 1-0. Oh wow, Kickstart actually getting shot by Roth there. Rello getting a knock onto Party. Luke 12 is incredibly low on health. So Team Liquid are stuck between like 5 rocks right now. They have a shack that they can work with for cover. If they try and go to the east, it's straight into Alcadzia. If they go anywhere else, every other team can see them, and they're going to be down in a dip in the middle of the open. Even if they go down there, Alcadzia might actually be able to get an angle onto it just fine without getting spotted by any of the other teams. So they can't even really go down there, because then Alcadzia just wraps on them. It's looking rough, but at the same time, if they can get a couple of knocks, maybe they can make something happen. Maybe they have another C4 and they're just going to chuck a C4 and drive at someone. That's doable. I hear no beeping though, and 3 of the 4 players are all in a vehicle. Luke 12 goes down early to Roth, and now they're going to try and go down into this dip, but again, Alcadzia could just wrap down here and look in onto them. So they pull up on the side. Yeah, Alcadzia still have an angle onto this. They are all hung behind the rock. Oh, now Tiggleton spotted out by Roth. Oh, and he spots out Leo. Oh, yeah, Leo sitting still, but Kickstart shoots Roth as soon as he sits still. Oh, Cowboy, you gotta make sure you hit those shots, otherwise you're gonna get lit up. Just like Roth just did. So Alcadzia, they may be in 5th place right now. In a top 5 situation, but they only have 2 kills. That's not a lot to work with. They're gonna have to do a little bit more if they want a little bit more. Team Liquid might slowly go up this hillside towards Falcon's Kickstart. You gotta be careful, because Alo and Sparking are gonna have an angle on you in a second. Folded shield going up on this side is fine. It looks like Team Liquid's plan right now is just to lay low and kind of let things play out. All those quick peeks from Tiggleton. If he ends up hitting a couple of headshots onto Fields, that would be insane. As everyone's just kind of like poking at each other. Falcons may just barely be in on the edge of zone, and then Rock has the compound. And that's it. That is all these teams have to work with right now. Everyone else has to move. Alcadzia, the only other team still up as a 4-man. Falcons are spotted out by Alcadzia. They have just enough cover with the buggy and the folded shield that Alcadzia isn't going to actually be able to take them out right now. Fields gets a knock onto Roth. Trying to go for the flush as well through the tree. Where does Alcadzia go? Headshot onto Cowboy. 1-0, they have 5 kills. Oh, it looks like this is our other team that started with only 3 players, so it was potentially dangerous in 1-0. And 1-0 has done a whole lot better than potentially dangerous so far to make it up to this point. Are they actually going to try and go towards Falcons? I don't know what 1-0 can do. They either have to push towards Falcons or they're going to be out in the open. So your best bet might be to push towards Falcons here. 4x a barrel for Leo here. And nade from Kickstart going to go out immediately towards that smoke. Does find the knock, and then from behind, Alo gets the knock on to Tiggleton. That nade is going to take down Kickstart. Surely it does. Purdy finishes off Falcons. Feels just trying to creep in, let his teammate crawl over towards him. As Team Liquid going to be trying to go for the res. Alcadzia have pushed on to Rock. Rock have 2 knocks so far. That nade, a little bit of damage, but goes a little bit too far. RBN has been flushed out. BL is over here. What a double headshot by D. Just absolutely annihilates BL there. Didn't even give him a chance. Team Liquid finish off 1-0, and now they have the high ground with 3 players still up. And these 2 teams fighting over here. Cowboy is actually getting rezzed right now, so Alcadzia are going to be back up to a 4-man. Helmet is gone for Rello. So now, unfortunately, I think even if Team Liquid had a C4, I don't think they have a vehicle in which to send it down this hillside. So it's just going to be them trying to either foot push it or just wait for the other teams to start knocking each other again. Really, what Team Liquid needs here is for Rock to get like 2 knocks onto Alcadzia and then slowly make their way down here. If they can get a knock onto Alcadzia themselves, all the better. 11 kills so far for Team Liquid right now. 1 kill away from matching what the Falcons had when they went out in 5th place, 1-0. Just barely able to survive and hang on to that 4th place spot just to get naded by Team Liquid. D has 5 stuns. And the real problem is, I don't think Alcadzia has a way to push over here that Team Liquid can't see. That stun is better from Rello. He has no more util to use. Emergency cover comes out. It looks like they're going to use a couple of smokes. As that's a blue zone nade. Does 10 damage to Santastico. Doesn't find any more. And this is a good angle for Alcadzia. They can push over here. They need to get these kills as quickly as possible. Defensive blue zone comes out as Sparking finds a knock on to Santastico. It looks like Rello just staying right in there to get the heal off. Why did... I'm going to stay at 1080p, thank you very much. A good defensive util right now from Solds. He's just trying to survive. Double blue zone from Team Liquid unfortunately lands kind of in the middle of nowhere. Roth gets the knock onto Sparking, so Solds... Oh, pull out that Panzer again. He's actually playing the sneaky ninja. It does get the knock onto 1, goes for the shots onto more. But he goes down and he has a Panzer. I think that Panzer was a more guaranteed knock there, but unfortunately we don't see it come out. Alcadzia do take 1 knock, and this is when Team Liquid has to push before the res can come out onto D. But it doesn't look like that's going to happen, and this is where they should have kept their blue zones for. They could have put it right through this doorway, got the double blue zone right into the center of the building, and done some major damage to Alcadzia. And instead, because the other Panzer wasn't used, Rello now has a Panzer that he can use to try and fight these players. 2v4 Team Liquid versus Alcadzia. Stun goes out from Alo. Oh, good stun onto Purdy. As first player goes down, Rello does get the Panzer onto the other. Purdy finds the second, and now it's going to be the shots. Can he find them? Tries to go for them. Does find another one. D going to be the last player up. Can he hit the first aid in time? Yes, he has enough time to go for this. And then it's going to be a 1v1 Purdy versus D. What can he do? He has to jump up here in just a second. And D just going to wait for him and take the shots with the P90. El Kadzia win match number 1. 8 kills to go alongside it. And I mean, phenomenal matches there from Team Liquid and Falcons as well, but D played that perfectly. 1v1, he had a little bit of cover down below him, and the only way Purdy could take the fight is by literally jumping up onto the ledge, and that was never going to be enough to be able to take him down. So now we're going to go to a quick break after we see the updated leaderboard, and then we'll be right back for match number 2. What's going on, Justin? How is it going? Bro, it's been a rainy Monday. It was such a beautiful Monday here. Sun was out the entire time, and I was working the entire day, so I didn't get to enjoy any of it. I was just stuck inside. So, I mean, a little unfortunate there, but it's okay. We forgive and forget. It is. It's supposed to be really nice the entire week as well. Ba, 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 ba. This is the YouTube thing that I'm listening to right now. I think it's AI generated songs, to be fair. But yeah. Pretty much anytime I have background music going on, this is what's playing. I enjoy it a ton. A lot of the time I'll listen to like metal violin as well on here. They have a lot of those, so yeah. I'm glad you enjoyed the music. It makes me happy that I can appeal to some people's tastes. Alright, here we go. Looks like we might be doubling up on the views now. Or viewpoints? I don't know, we got a couple of observers now. So we might be able to have some more interesting scenes where we might be able to see both people's point of view. Just like they're showing us now with Sparky and D. Have some fun with it. We did have a hot drop over at Yaz last time, but it looks like not going to happen again. Kill for Fun dropping closer to Gatka, where Team Liquid are currently, but I imagine Team Liquid's going to hop in the vehicle pretty darn quickly and skedoodle on over to South George. That's where they love to go. It's where we expect them to go. So I'm sure that's where we'll see them. Yeah, all 4 players in there. They're going to be going to South George, and then they're going to play their game from there. We do have 2 different teams in Razak Bandits and No Limit Gaming. What is this fight going to bring us? Doesn't look like we have any... No, Primorsk has 2 teams. Not today in Berserk down there. SKS upstairs for Fashida, which used to be a perfectly fine hot drop weapon. With how they slowed the fire rate on a lot of the guns, though, no longer an okay gun. Danny up top. Oh, Batungas. If you had been paying attention there for just a couple of seconds longer, you would have been able to see him right when his head peeked up and over. So now Batungas and Yayi, we're going to push over here. HVIT slowed down a little bit. Danny does get the knock onto HVIT to start this one off. Now the shot's coming out from Danny as he does an accidental jump as Fachita goes down as well. The shot's coming out straight into the side of the windowsill. Aren't able to find anything. Molotov goes out a little bit too late, I think. Benya goes down to Yayi. As Rasty takes down Batunga's Yayi, the last player left standing. No Limit Gaming, they are going to push over here. That stun directly into the face of 2 of the players. They're going to have to stop up for just a second. And, oh, Yayi, he has a double barrel. You got to push as a 2-man. Don't push as a solo for that. I don't think they need to be taking it this slow. This is just inviting opportunity for other teams to get involved at this point. I feel like, yeah, okay, Furia's getting involved. Kraken gets a shot over onto Yayi, who has no heals, and is just going to be sitting in this corner now. This has taken too long at this point, and they needed to just go up there after the stun cleared. Like, there's no reason they couldn't have. Anyways, even though Alcadzia did get the win in the last match, Team Liquid got enough kills that they are still in first place. Falcons sitting in 3rd place right now. After they had 12 kills in a 5th place. Yeah. Quick peek around the corner. Down goes Yayi. Bandits eliminated 16th place in match number 2. They had 1 point in the first match, which means they are averaging half a point per game right now. Obviously, that doesn't mean much. We're only 2 matches in. But it's always interesting to see how some teams start out and then where they might finish later on in the day. 55 starting with 0 points along with No Limit Gaming after such a strong showing. And PAS from 55, they're down in 16th place right now. Whether that was just a unlucky or bad first game, hopefully we'll see them turn it around. As it did look like one of the players was knocked. We have a farther west zone in this one. It is just kind of spread out. More directly in the center of the map. Rather than being all the way over to the east like the last one. But still has the potential to end in a similar spot. Kill for fun, they were looking around and down they go. I don't know why we're watching Sparking still on the other view. Here we go. I don't know. I was trying to follow the two different views. Not a ton of it made sense. AKA does get eliminated by Berserk, which is really funny because the team they hut dropped with was Not Today. And Not Today, down in the bottom left of the map, is currently hunting them down. So, yeah, now we're going to see some shots ring out. One headshot does land from Longaray. And that's a couple more shots, but not enough to get a knock onto any of the players. And Not Today going to have some work to do to find themselves a vehicle, get back on track. They have a long rotate to make, and it might be best for them to just take their time, loot up. Maybe even over at Ferry Pier. See what loot's left there and kind of go in later. Because at this point, they don't have any prio, right? So if you don't have any prio, you may as well just go in when it benefits you the most. Which is making sure that you have plenty of meds. You all have 2 gear. And maybe going in on the edge and listening for some gunfire and trying to third-party something if there's a few knocks in the kill feed. That way you don't have a difficult rotate into the zone. It's an easy way for you to just find a spot that's not going to be as heavily contested. But you also don't want the fighting to happen, and then while you're halfway there, the fight to be finished and one team to wipe the other without taking any knocks. So you got to be careful in your approach, but if you can find a third-party opportunity, and you can cause some problems for the team that's winning the fight at that time, you can have some fun with it. We got some slide G going on right now. Oh, there we go. Alright, Danny with the M16. We saw him put it to work earlier. Luke 12 pulling up right below him. Danny doesn't take any shots till now. Team Liquid isn't going to take any knocks. Now Danny gets the knock onto Luke 12. That nade might be able to get Purdy here in a second. No. Doesn't find any damage onto Purdy, actually. But those shots do. Sparking going to be pulling in behind. It looks like he's going to hop out of his vehicle. He's going to have to kind of foot push and try and sneak up on the other members. Giving covering fire to Purdy and Alo to try and do something. Purdy does hop in the vehicle. And he gets out of there. Oh, the shots from Sparky, and he doesn't find anything. That one, he needed that final shot to land to get the knock there. To give his team an opening to try and re-engage. Instead, now he's going to have to try and get out of here. Did this reset? This should be 1080. It seems so fuzzy for 1080. What is happening? Is it not my side? Maybe it's their side. I don't know. Shots are going out towards Purdy. He is backwards. He's trying to turn back around, and he hops out of his vehicle. It is still kind of rolling around. Another M16 over here in the hands of Snakers, but he's using it as a DMR. Where the one for No Limit Gaming was being used as a AR. So. Oh yeah, Moose. It's awesome. It's entirely North American teams that are going to PGS. Do we have, what, there's 5 teams that are, like, gonna be confirmed through for, NA? Though Zakraken gets the trade onto Relo. Cowboy gets the knock onto him in return. Gizira just a little ways down. These nades going out. Are they gonna find anything now? Gizira. Good little bit farther away. So Alcadzia should be able to get their other player back up onto his feet. And be back up to a 4-man after taking down 2 of the members of Furia. Who go down here to a D&B. Isn't it, so what, I think there's 5 teams confirmed through for NA right now, and this could all change, depending on, PGS, standings. As 1-0 fighting 55, Psycho goes down. He does fall. Karak on the other side, Aranzira and Pippa both trying to make their way over here as quickly as possible. Aranzira pulling up, takes a few shots. Pippa from the side is going to get the drive-by on to Nada. Feels AK-47 going to be the 2 still up. Feels goes down to Aranzira, and now it's just AK-47, and he does find the knock. Finds the flush onto Aranzira. But who is that lurking in the background? It's both Bestia and Mission Ready International Alliance. That nade goes out. Not going to be able to find anything. Pippa has to get inside as quickly as possible. He does make it. Now they should be able to go for the trade. Proned was AK-47. He finds Pippa before Karak able to get the finish on to 1-0. And Mission Ready International Alliance pushing immediately. Karak finds the knock onto Snakers as Gats going to be right there to be able to give some covering. Bisler throws down the smoke. Bestia doesn't look like they're going to get involved in this right now. MRIA are going to be able to take the compound over. But, yeah, if I look up TGC 2025, I believe, yeah, for the Americas, it says that there's 5 teams going through. Team Liquid, Furia, Mission Ready International Alliance, Alcadzia, and Rock. So technically, Falcons haven't qualified for PGS or PGC yet. But they are in second place, and they'll be going to PGS 9 and 10. So what? You have to get first place in PGS 10 with 0 points, and you would be tied with what Falcons have right now. So likely we'll see Falcons going as well. And we'll probably have 6 teams representing the Americas. Yeah. So it's Freaks, Falcons, BB Team, Twisted Minds, 17 Gaming, Gen G, The Expendables, and Forest Natural Gaming that are gonna grab the 8 remaining spots that are available for PGC. It's really, really whack how it all works. Trying to, like, track everyone. But, yeah, everyone else is all confirmed. Twisted Minds is already through, actually, so... they won't matter going into that. Neither will Freaks. I really feel like a lot of the top 8 actually don't matter that much. It'll be different players, good teams up there. We'll look through it during the next break. As Not Today and Berserk fighting on the edge of Pachinki. Oh, the head was almost spotted out by Unhappy. He's got to wait just for the right moment as soon as one of those players stop in that tiny little window. Yeah, so I was just looking at it, Momentarin, and they're tied, but you also have to keep in mind that Freaks are already through. So they are technically in first place for the teams that aren't already confirmed, with BB team in second. Fourth place is Twisted Minds, but they're already confirmed to PGC. 17 is already confirmed to PGC, so you have Gen G Expendables, Forest Natural. Three of the top 8 right now in PGS points are the only ones actually not confirmed through. So it would be crazy if Falcons somehow didn't make it through. I don't even know if it's mathematically possible for them to not make it through, actually. Because the lowest they'd be able to get is... Ooh, Biel. Finds Tiny Glock, takes down Biel in return. Nades being used, Solds from the side, takes down Gabru. 2 players left up for Potentially Dangerous. That nade taking Glock down to around half. Can they get any return util of their own onto Rock? Nothing connecting right now. As we're just seeing more util being used, but really nothing else is happening. Potentially Dangerous isn't making a push. RBN from the side, as soon as Glock does try and make a push, takes him down. Biel is actually getting rezzed at the absolute last second. So Potentially Dangerous, if they want to make something happen, they either have to or they have to back off at this point. There's not many other choices. Benya still up. He goes down as Alo finds him. No Limit Gaming eliminated in 12th place. Potentially Dangerous trying to hold off Rock. And now it's all on to Tavon. Goes for the shot, but RBN hits his head and takes him down. Kill for Fun fighting on the doghouses with Bestia. Shots coming out from Vinny. Does take L&D a little bit below half. And, oh, we went over to the mortars, I think. Kill for Fun taking down Bestia right now. Flood does find Cacao. It's a 3v1 at this point as Purr gets the knock onto Flood. And Vinny gets the knock onto Champion. What are we doing? Oh, that mortar almost takes down Mime. Now it does. Trigonometry coming out to steal the kill onto Bestia. That one does damage to LND. Do they have any more? Shrimsy is coming over here to try and find him. Kickstart going up on the edge here. That nade does go up over the edge. Shrimsy takes down Vinny. Bestia eliminated per LND. Still up. 3 members of Falcons over here ready to sweep this edge of the zone. Gizira from the other side getting shots onto him. LND does go down. So now it's just finding where they are. Per spotted out. Shrimsy finds the kill. Kill for fun. Eliminated 8 teams. Remain 23 players left alive. So not only have Falcons been using the mortar to good effect, it looks like Team Liquid have a mortar of their own set up. I don't know if they've shot any of theirs out yet. Nice aerial view to see where all the teams are right now. There is still 2 teams inside of Pochinki. It looks like Not Today and Alcadzia, or at least one member for Alcadzia. Maybe the only player left for that team. Team Liquid going to be in a really good spot. They have a little bit of a spread all along those hills there. Rock is going to be right in between. MRIA, they have a spot that I feel like normally isn't great, but they seem to have a ton of emergency cover down. So it might end up becoming a really good spot with plenty of spots to play. Tigleton chucking down more suppressive fire with the mortar. I don't know where it ended up going. It just like disappeared into the void. I never heard it explode. Trick, I appreciate the follow. Oh, what do we think? What do we think? Rello gets the knock onto Pirlo. Should be able to get the flush. H-Wing gets so many shots onto him as soon as he peeks up and over. This first aid is going to come off in time. He has the jammer pack to work with, so that's going to keep him alive for a little bit. He really needed to throw smoke down, I think, a little bit earlier. He's using Not Today's smoke that they had throw down. Now he's going to start taking some blue zone damage. Taifu taking shots from Falcons. Ooh, Rello takes another one from the Falcons. He's not going to be able to survive another tick. And Kickstart actually gets the kill before he makes it around the corner. So now Taifu, the last one up over there. Trick with the follow. Do I have my camera on before I do these push-ups? Yeah, okay. 5 push-ups, here we go. Alright, right back to the action. Tigleton, do you still actually have more mortars? How many mortars did you have? Okay, okay. He's picking up the mortar and putting it into the vehicle? Potentially? Oh, there's an e-pickup that just popped out of nowhere? Oh my god, how many things do they have? That's insane. Alright, it does look like Taifu did get eliminated while we were doing our push-ups real quick, but that's okay. Alright, Berserk trying to push on to MRIA's position. The nades gonna be flowing out. They are getting naded in return. MRIA very good with their util, and that's a nade that takes down 9. A second one exploded in his face right afterwards. Dodge the flipping vehicle to make sure you don't get eliminated. Blue zone was on Snakers, did a little bit of damage, but not nearly enough to actually capitalize on anything. Now the mortars are going to come out from Falcons immediately. That one's a little bit short. That one is beautiful from Tigleton. What a mortar to take down all of Berserk. That is just... Look at the amount of emergency covers down for MRIA as well. That's ridiculous. But, I mean... Tigleton, ready with that mortar, immediately gets even more with it. And now I heard another one get shot off. Oh my god. It lands right in front of Snakers. I'm honestly a little surprised it didn't do any damage to Snakers with how close that one landed. Oh my god. That'll be clipped later. Clip it and ship it. Holy. So, I mean, Falcons already had a 12 kill game in game number 1. Team Liquid had to one-up them by getting 13 kills. And now Tiggleton is trying to reclaim the kill lead with these insane mortars that he's pulled out. And he's shooting out even more. It's a little bit difficult with how spread out MRIA is, and I feel like they haven't really seen over the edge of this, so they don't know that there's so much emergency cover, so they can play just about anywhere along that ridge line, because usually it is right on the edge where Falcons were looking as Santastico takes down Tiggleton. Snakers takes down Santastico. MRIA getting all the kills onto Rock. They do take down all of Rock, but Falcons going to be coming over immediately. The shots do go out onto Gads, but it's the stun that takes away Shrimzy's vision. He's not able to do anything, and that Molotov right into his face gets the knock. Should be able to get the flush onto Shrimzy as well. So now Falcons are going to be playing this as a 3-man. We are into our top 4. It's Team Liquid, Falcons, MRIA, and Furia. 10 kills for the Falcons so far. 4 of them with Tiggleton's mortars. All 4 of Tiggleton's kills have come off of mortars in this one. Ooh, Luke 12 taking down Posa. Party's nade had taken down Gizera a little bit earlier, so now we're down to 3. Team Liquid, Falcons, and MRIA. How are these 3 teams going to approach it? I really feel like Team Liquid is in a position to win this one. And Tiggleton had a C4, rolls it forward, blows up, does so much damage to all of MRIA, but just barely doesn't get a knock onto any of them. Every single player on that team was brought below half. If he had saved it for another, what, like 2 seconds, it probably would have been enough, as Kickstart absolutely dominating that duel against Luke 12. MRIA looking to push over this, and Kickstart hitting the shots onto Gats as well. He is not missing right now. That nade does a good chunk of damage. Kickstart just trying to make sure no one's sneaking up in the bushes. Blue Zone coming out, gets the reknock onto Gats, almost gets the knock onto Vox. He is spotted out on the edge there. There we go, as H-Win's Blue Zone had found another, and Tiggleton with the spray onto Alo. Brings this down into a 3v3. He has 160 bullets. He can spray as much as he wants. Kickstart has 195 spare. Falcons are looking so good. They just have to be ready for Purdy. If Purdy can get a couple of knocks without Falcons noticing, that's going to be the game changer for this one for Team Liquid. There we go. Alo spotted out. The flush going to immediately happen. 3v3 confirmed on this one, and right now the Falcons are dominating their duels. Through a little bit of the smoke, couple of headshots onto Sparking, but Tiggleton and H-Win take damage in return. So Falcons are all squeezed into this right now, but if they can get the knock onto Purdy, that is gonna be like GG for Team Liquid. That's the important part for Falcons right now, is deal with Purdy, and they'll be good to win this game, I think. Because then you just have to hold the other 2 members from being able to leave that side of the road. They have a good head peek going for a little while, but if you deal with Purdy, then you're just going to be able to dominate this fight afterwards. The Blue Zone is moving in. Falcons Gonna have to get a move on throwing down smokes. They have some smokes down below. Purdy, good shots onto him. Taggleton goes down low from Sparking and Luke 12. He does have a blue zone bag, so he's going to be able to stick there for a little while. Luke 12 goes down to Taggleton. The trade does come out from Sparking into a 2v2. Kickstart, the last one remaining. 1v2, he goes down to Sparking. Unfortunately, they just weren't able to get Purdy taken down in time. He played it nice and slow to make sure that Liquid was going to be able to get the win. But it's still 14 kills for Falcons. Taggleton with 6 of them, 4 of them with the mortar. Absolutely beautiful there from both of those teams. But now we're going to go into a quick break as we get ready for match number 3. What a second match that was. That was intense. There was so much fun and mayhem going on, and a lot of really great shots from a lot of the teams. But now, after 2 matches, Team Liquid is still on top in first place. Falcons in second. Alcadia dropped down to third, with Rock in 4th place. Mission Ready International Alliance in 5th, followed by 1-0 Furia, and then Berserk down in 8th. So we're going to go to a quick break. We will be back for match number 3. So we were talking, like PGS and who's making it through to BGC. So when you look up PGC 2025 on Liquipedia, you have full sense through, and this is who it's showing for Asia, Asia Pacific, Europe, and Americas. Whether this is actually confirmed or not absolutely positive, but I'm pretty sure that these are the teams. So then you have these 8 slots that are taken by these 8 slots. Now, the only question I have about this, and I'm not sure about, is, say, we'll go with Freaks. So Freaks is down here, right? And they made it through Korea points. So if they're already, like, through on Korea points, they're in first place for this. Do they take this spot and someone else makes it through Korea points? Or do they just stay there and T1... Well, no, T1 made it through here, too. Virtus Pro? No, Virtus Pro made it through. The JD? Did JD make it through? Yeah, JD made it through. Teraton 5 made it through. Okay, this is E-Arena. Game Start Win. Game Start Win made it through. Well, Navi. Okay. Okay, Navi. We'll go with Navi. So, does that mean that where Freaks already made it through, technically Navi makes it into the top 8 now, instead? Or is this the one that overrides, and goes into this spot, and then Freaks go up here, and a different team from Korea, so it would be, Okay, never mind. It's right here. So, these top 8 override... That's whack. Okay, so the top 8 here, going here, and then these can change around because of it. Yeah. So, Team Falcons and Bestia are the next 2 in line for the Americas right now. And then it would be followed by 55, and then Team Mira. Sakura Zenson was so close to being able to make it. Gooners were honestly pretty close, too. Okay, so that's how that works. Never mind. So this top 8 makes it through. And then after that top 8 makes it through, the teams that we send could still, like, change around based off of that. It's whack how PGC points work, but now I know how they work. I know now. Yeah. Okay. It took me a second and a little bit of clicking around on the Liquipedia, but that is how that works. So the top 8, which Falcons are tied for first on, make it through. And theoretically, the lowest they're gonna get, the lowest they can get is 15 points and 25 points, which puts them at, over 500 points, which is less points than getting first place in PGS 10. So it's almost mathematically impossible. Shotgun from HFit gets 1. He shoots a couple more times. Doors open, close, and around from the other side, down he goes. As, oh, No Limit Gaming ended up knocking one of their own teammates. Nade from Fachita over towards Benya. Doesn't find anything looking through that doorway. Only connects with a single bullet. We gotta turn off the music. What are we doing? And Batungas with the double nade. Rasties does get confirmed, and Benya gonna be the last player up for No Limit Gaming. And he's gonna find the knock onto Fachita. Goes for the shots onto Batungas, but it's Yayi from behind. Is able to take him down, and Bandits are going to be the team that eliminate No Limit Gaming in this one. But guess what? Kill for Fun and Alcadzia are right here to try and join the fun. D just ends up getting a kill. Yes, Chakran, I believe that is Benya from Toyo. But I don't think Toyo signed in, so some of the players may just be subbing for other teams if they had the availability. Because that happens sometimes. Sometimes only like one or two of the players can play in one day, so sometimes they just fill in. So I assume that's what Benya's doing, because Toyo, yeah. Toyo did not check in, it looks like, in any of the lobbies to play for today. Or tomorrow, for Sphere Zero, so... I wouldn't be surprised if... we are technically in the off-season as well, so... Don't be too surprised about teams just playing with the most random players, and you may see teams disappear one week and then come back as a completely different team the next week and change all around. Because we are now into the PUBG off-season. For the mainstream PUBG anyways. Smear Zero League, I believe, is going to continue running year-round as best as he can keep it running. And we'll be here to cast it every single week, as long as there is PUBG to cast. Oh, Vinny, you are in the middle of 4 players. I guess not really in the middle. You're on the edge of 4 players. But yeah. And then we'll probably see, like, half of these teams. We won't see... I don't think Liquid Falcons, Alcadzia, or MRA, RIA are going to be here next week. Gets one, goes for the shots onto Tavon, immediately takes a lot of damage, though. That's a headshot on to a level 1 vest. Preps the nade, throws it up and over, not cooked for long enough, and now the rest of Bestia is going to come over. We're going to have a straight 4-on-4 fight here. Flood trying to get up on top. He does spot Gabru rotating around, trying to go for a couple of shots. Not really finding anything. He can't go up on that rooftop until Gabru is cleared out from behind. Draft King in the building that Tavon is on top of. That nade on the wrong lip, not able to find anything. Cowboy leaves on the 6th. Yeah. So, a lot of these... Oh, Tavon does find Draft King, able to avoid the Panzer. Yeah, so a lot of these... the players on those 4 teams that did qualify to PGS won't be here next week. We'll still have Smear Zero next week, just without those 4 teams. And then the week after, I'm going to be doing PGS watch parties the whole time. And then during the break week, we're going to do another week of Smear Zero. And then I think it'll be another watch party week. There is Smear Zero tomorrow, Chakran, yes, as Bestia gets eliminated by Potentially Dangerous. Yeah. Smear Zero, here, let me... Ooh, 9 finds Leo, immediately gets traded by Fields. The res is trying to come out onto Infinite, so Unhappy and Infinite gonna be back up. The nade comes through, that should get the re-knock. A second nade for the follow-up isn't gonna find any damage onto Unhappy when it explodes. First aid is gonna go out. Unhappy just can't see anything. He's going back and forth UMP 18 bullets, and Rock is trying to crash in onto this. I'll pull up a schedule in a second. As Berserk gets eliminated by Feels. So now it's going to be Feels up against the 4-man of Rock, and Sold's just able to take him down. Okay. Really quick while there's no shooting going on. So this is technically what Smearzera had planned out. So this is this week, Monday, Tuesday. Come on, more fighting? Okay, we're good. And then this is next week for Monday and Tuesday. But then PGS 9 is going to happen this week. So we're going to do a watch party this week, so we're not going to cast this. And then we will cast week 4 for Smearzera. And then there should be... And then I think it goes right into PGS 10 after that. And then Smearzera may try and run one more series before the end of the year, before PGC. So we'll probably get one more of those, and then after PGC, because I think PGC ends like December 12th or something. I think Smearzera is gonna have like a big year-end tournament for the Smearzera League series that we've been doing. I don't, but usually... let me double check, because I had it pulled up just a second ago. PGS 9. Let me pull it up again. It's in Malaysia. Let's see. Do they have a start time on here? Doesn't look like it. GMT. Yes. Oh. Ooh, Karak gets a knock onto Tavon. 55. I did struggle a little bit in the first couple of matches. Only got 4 kills. So we might see them turn it around here. Glock trying to peek up and over where he can. Doesn't find any shots onto Crack. Probably just going to back off of this at this point. As Rock and Alkazi are finding themselves in a rotation fight. RBN does find the angle onto D. Cowboy going to be the last player standing on Alkazi right now. Also getting shot by Potentially Dangerous in the back. The smokes have gone out. Sold's making his way over here. Gabru still getting so many shots into the back of Cowboy to cause problems. Okay. So noon for them is 8 a.m. here. I think, if I'm right. I could be wrong. Or 8 a.m. for me. So if I had to guess, maybe around, like, noon to 3 p.m. Eastern. I don't know. We may end up just doing a rewatch. I don't know if they're gonna restream it during the normal time that they do when it's for the Americas. If not, we're gonna just pull up the YouTube VOD and watch it from there. Either way, we're gonna start around the normal time, so right around 7 p.m. Eastern. We're gonna pull it up, get it started, and watch some PGS action. If you can't watch it live, we will watch it at normal times for us. Also, I would not count on my actual ability to guess what time it is for PGS 9 start time. That's what I am tried to guess from a couple of YouTube searches. Checking time zones and everything. Crack, it's a knock onto Shrimzy, and then Pippa, no, onto Kickstart, and then Pippa finished off Shrimzy. So that is Falcons. Down early in this one, will Team Liquid are going to be at the gas station, a hard to control area of this map. They're definitely going to be alive and good to go for a little while, but it's not going to be the most comfortable. Didn't even realize that my camera wasn't on. What if you guys want to see my beautiful face? Oh, let's see. Tony! Trying to get the spray onto Crack, just not really able to connect with anything. He's gonna stop at that rock. Gonna give them an off angle, and now I don't know if Tony is in a spot to really stay here. He may just want to leave that spot because both angles are gonna, yeah, be open to him. He is gonna hop in the vehicle and away he goes. So bandits are traveling in the blue zone right now. They're going past Kill for Fun, who are also in the blue zone. Cowboy is in the blue zone, right where Rock is. And I think he's gonna try and get revenge for his teammates. So I think he's gonna let the res happen, and then he's gonna kill Solds as soon as Solds tries to leave. Yeah. Going for the spray does take him down. That's hilarious. And he knows where the other player went. So... Oh, RBN actually found that shot onto Cowboy? I don't know if there's enough time to go save Solds. He's got 25 seconds. He definitely can't res him in the blue zone. He has to, try and put him in the vehicle. Oh, no, this is the wrong play. This is the wrong play. Maybe he gets the first aid off in time, actually. He's got 3 seconds to start it. We'll pay attention to the kill feed. Maybe he did get the first aid off in time. That surprises me. I thought he was going to end up going down to the blue zone again. But he did get the first aid off in time. Crazy. I had the timing wrong. That had to have been, like, pixel perfect timing. As Rock, they're going to take back off. More bandaging to ensue. Are they going to be able to make it all the way into the zone, though? Their teammates are dropping into Bucksansa, which is completely open. Everyone, for the most part, is on the northwestern side of the zone. Really, the western side of the zone. Both north and south of it. And that's going to give AKA Team Liquid and maybe even potentially Brock a really good shot in this one. Furia is completely uncontested. That's a C4 from Yayi that doesn't pan out the way he would have wanted, and that's a free kill for Champion. Right up in his faces, but Tungas, and he's able to find the knock onto him before Atrit gets them from behind. So kill for fun. They lose 2 players. Where is their other player? How is that not just instantly eliminated? They have another player alive somewhere? What? That makes no sense. Coyote. Still looking for things. Rock. In the blue zone. Fashida gets flushed out by Solds, who I don't know if that flush was worth it. I don't think they were going to be able to get their teammate anyways. And now Atrit may be able to find you. They got 40 seconds. I'm not going to question Rock because I did that once already and I was wrong. So I'm going to believe that they know what they're doing and they're going to do it really well. As Team Liquid get a knock and flush onto Not Today. Zero's there. Luke 12 with the 15x mini. Not often do we see the 15x. So that's a headshot onto Taifu. He goes down to the blue zone. Zero was spotted out, so they know which rock he's behind. But it doesn't really mean that they're actually going to be able to get the kill onto him, because he may go down to the blue zone as well. Not Today, currently sitting on 5 points. Our top 3 teams, really our top 2 teams, I feel like, have been soaking up the points so far. Team Liquid with 38, Falcons with 35. Then you have more than a 10-point drop to Alcadzia in 3rd place. Rock is another 6-point drop to 4th place. And then it's kind of just slow, steady drops from there all the way down to a single point in 15th and 16th place. Mission Ready International Alliance, they're pulling up to this dip, but that's not in the zone. You gotta try and get a knock onto the AKA members. Maybe someone has a C4 that they can pop over and just try and drive right in between the 2 buildings. Because you can get a car right in between the 2 buildings. Yeah, I don't think these kills update in live time. Justified. I think it's only after the game that it updates. Okay. I saw the C4. Stay on MRIA. Vox pops the C4. He needs to go right in between the 2 buildings. No. Go right in, but okay, that's fine. That's fine. He's gonna die to his own, but he gets the knock onto Nanu. That's unfortunate. See, if you would have gone right in between those 2 buildings, though, I think that would have been the best. Falcon finishes off Snakers. And Mission Ready International Alliance go down. Panzer was used on Snakers, though, and that means that Kraken and his BRDM are going to be able to roam the map freely for a little while. Ooh. Alright. Oh, Furia is going to be so geared up. That super drop that landed on them, they're going to get so much from it. They already have a BRDM on top of that. Pippa has snuck in and is in the back lines of Team Liquid. So, Team Liquid are doing very well here. They're trying to just control space on the edges zone. The problem is, when you're trying to control space like that, you have to really make sure that there's not a rat in the back of your little setup, which is exactly what Pippa is. So that's not going to be very convenient. Wow, we are staring into the soul of Pippa right there. We wanted to get real close and personal, know his innermost thoughts about his situation right now. Last player left for 55. He's getting them some placement points, and he is in the back lines of Team Liquid, who just haven't checked behind them. Oh, but I think Pippa got spotted out by a different team. He's got to be careful how much noise he makes to make sure that Sparking doesn't hear his little footy steps. No, he does end up just going for the knock and flush onto Sparking. Throws the nade, so then even if he gets taken down here, the nade should be able to get the flush, and it gets the knock onto Alo to top it off. So it's going to stall Team Liquid even more, so Pippa gets an extra point before he goes down, and this is giving an opportunity for AKA to go through. Luke 12 finds an opening knock with the P90, goes for the flush with the nade, spots out the rest of AKA, trying to track Coyote, isn't able to. He's brought down to 2 health. That nade coming forward is going to be able to do enough. So Nanu finds one with the AUG, one with the nade. Now it's all down to Purdy in a 1v2 up against AKA. Nanu going for the shots onto Purdy as well. Takes him down to about half. Gabru pulls up in the back line. Falcon gonna have to try and deal with him. Gabru jumps out of the vehicle just in time as we hear that Panzer go off. But the vehicle explosion does end up taking him down. The nade not able to find the flush as Alo gets back up onto his feet. And there is Rock in the back line. Santastico picks up 2 kills to finish off Team Liquid. 3 teams remain. Rock, AKA, and Furia. Santastico prepping the nade, throwing it forward. Nanu should be falling here. There we go. The nade perfectly at his feet. So he really didn't even need to shoot him beforehand like he did. Falcon going to be the next one. Can Santastico find the nade? Yes, he can. The util usage on another level right now. 243 damage. 6 kills for Santastico right now. 12 kills for Rock overall, and it's going to be Rock against Furia. A potential PGC sneak peek a month's time from now. No, 2 months' time from now. What is it? I think it starts the day after Thanksgiving. So, yeah, two months' time from now. 3v4. Gizira has center dot, but it is only phase 7. Rock has 12 kills. I don't know how many kills Furia has. We'll see that shortly. I'm quite positive. RBN still has a 3 helmet. About half. He has a P90 to work with that he picked up off of one of the dead bodies. Santastico got a drop that he's going to be able to loot a little bit. Grab some maybe new armor. Possibly a crate weapon. Okay, so Rock have two P90s, Biel has an Gizira has a Groza, Hawazine has an MG3. Posa only has an M4, though. Santastico also has an These two teams have so many crate weapons, and Biel, who has two, almost goes down early there. Not what you want to see. Two two P90s, an MG3, and a Groza are what we know about right now. As Biel does connect with the shot onto Posa, and he probably has 3 gear. I feel like most of these players have 3 gear. Posa goes down, 2 solds. He may not have had a crate weapon, but he did have a Panzer to get the opening knock. So now this turns into a 4v2. Nades from Biel get a knock onto Gizira. 1 player left. Kawazine versus a 4-man with so many weapons. He does have an MG3, and that's an opening knock onto 1 P90 from the side. Down he goes. Rock able to take home the chicken dinner in match number 3. 15 kills to go alongside it. Dominant fashion for them in that one. Potentially dangerous down in 5th place. Had 8 kills as well. So a good game from both of these teams, but now we're going to go to a break after we get the updated leaderboard. So it should just be a couple of seconds here before we see the updated one. There we go. There's the updated leaderboard, and with that win and those kills, Rock does actually overtake Falcons for 2nd place right now. Furia is up to 5th, Mission Ready International Alliance in 6th, 1-0 in 7th, and rounding out our top 8 is Potentially Dangerous. And that is our updated leaderboard, so we're going to go to a quick break as we get ready for match number 4. Alright, here we go. Match number 4 underway. I grabbed myself some ice cream, and I did the only reasonable thing, and I put it in my Scooby-Doo mug. So pretty much we're eating Scooby-Doo's brain right now. It'd be better if it was like a pink ice cream, but it's mint chocolate chip, so... Straight out of Scooby-Doo. We do only the most reasonable things around here. Alright. 2 potential hot drops right now. Kill for Fun and No Limit Gaming. And then AKA and 1-0. Bong Toon. Why is it such a big hot drop spot? I don't know, but it is. I feel like we constantly see teams hot drop over here. Thank you, Master. Thank you. I really thought that it would just be a great great addition to the stream for today. I should have been I should have had my Scooby-Doo socks and everything on. I could go like full Scooby-Doo if I needed to. I got like almost an entire outfit that's Scooby-Doo. So far, it looks like Falcon has taken a couple of headshots, and that's about it. This is going to be an interesting zone, especially because just no one is down there right now. Like, we are 2 minutes away from phase 1 starting, and there is no one towards the center of zone besides a 2-man from Rock. Absolutely no one is rotating into this zone early on. That's crazy. Okay, so Rello is on an E pickup. Team Liquid is going to be coming in on an E pickup. The rest of Al-Qaji are already driving in. With Roth going to be running right into a 2-man from Berserk. Okay, so they are trying to chase down Rello. Ah, Rello was ready for them to chase even more. He had the Panzer ready. Okay, so the 4-man of Berserk is over here now. D gets the opening knock onto Unhappy, does get the flush as well, without ever exposing himself to any of the other members of Berserk. Now Cowboy finding an angle, trading a couple of shots. It's gonna be 9, Lil Sui, and Infinite. Drive-by Relo Panzer? Potentially? Nah, it doesn't look like it. Ooh, Infinite takes a lot of damage. Nade getting prepped by Lil Sui. Going up and over, and Team Liquid floating down into the serene graces of the open compound. Never have you seen such a majestic unicorn making its way down. Alright, back over to the fight. Infinite knocks Cowboy. Relo gets a 9, but Roth ends up knocking Relo with his nade. So it is a 2v2 right now. Alcadzia and Berserk. Infinite tries to underhand that nade, and we hop over to Furia and potentially Dangerous as well. Posa gets a knock onto Tavon before Gabru can get the trade. Gets the spray quickly onto Kawazine to follow it up. Kraken, the last one, up right there, and the shots coming out from Gabru, who then just lays down prone in the bush. He has a nade. He's just got to try and lob this nade forward towards Kraken and Kawazine. Glock is down there ready to push. Okay. Oh, Kraken does find the knock on to Gabru. Glock able to avoid the stun there. Now he pushes back around, and he does find Kraken, so potentially Dangerous, able to win that fight. Furia goes down in 16th. We go back over to Alcadzia versus Berserk. Lil Sui, the last one left. Up and down he goes to Cowboy. Alcadzia, they lose one player. They should be back up as a 3-man, potentially Dangerous. Getting the res onto Tavon right now. Should be able to grab Gabru right afterwards. And they have a res station right next to them to get Tony back up. And they'll be a 4-man before you know it. How crazy would this be if it hard pulled over to Long Ho on this next zone? Where is Kickstart going? Hello? Is he going to try and find a glider? Scott Trask, me and you thought of that at the same time. Or, well, you definitely thought of it first because you had to type it out. But, yeah. It's the only thing that makes sense. Yeah. There we go. He got himself a glider. He's off. Kickstarting the glider. That was just like such a random thing. I was like, what is he doing? Where is he going? And Tiggleton has had the trigonometry on point. Unfortunately, doesn't look like the driving was going quite as well for him so far. Flipped over the Dacia right onto its hood. Oh, Shrimsy was laying a trap. Does so much damage. Gets the knock onto Zero. Should be able to get the flush right afterwards. Players going all around him. I feel like this audio is a little bit low right now. I don't know. Could be going crazy. Oh, Tiggleton He may not have a vehicle, but he still hit the headshot to get the knock and flush onto Pirlo, no problem. Now he's going to swap over and he has his own vehicle again. Good for him. Kickstart, you might want to start bandaging here in a second. You have 14 bandages, no reason not to use them. Sparking up on the hill. He has a 3 helmet invest and a great headshot onto D. Yeah, Rello was driving away, but I think Rello's actually going to have to try and go back for D. There's no other member of Elkadzia up there right now, but it looks like Alo and Purdy are already sending it over there. They are going to have to go right past 1-0. One player knocked from Team Liquid, and the flush does come out onto Alo. So Team Liquid, going for the kills, do end up losing one player. That's not awful, really. I mean, it's definitely unfortunate, and you want to keep 4 up into the late game as often as possible. Yeah, see, we have 2 different observers, and their audio levels are different. So that's a slight problem. Rello seems to be trying to glide in here. There is 2 different teams here, though. So you're gonna have to be careful. Kickstart finally making his way over here. Is still in the blue zone. Spotting out Longaray for his teammates. Rello did make it in on the very edge. But with this zone, for the most part, all the teams were already over here. So there's not really going to be a ton of movement until now. And it kind of just centers up. So Falcons, Bandits, and 1-0 and 55. All going to have to make something happen, but no one else really has to move that much. Potentially Dangerous has a spot at the edge. Falcons can kind of backfill where Bestia was, too, if they wanted, up towards the north. 55 have Karak in a glider, I believe. Oh, he hopped out. Maybe he wasn't in a glider. But he hopped out right where MRIA is, so we might see a fight right there. As now it's just Psycho that has to make his way over there, towards the south. Kickstart trying to scout out whatever he can for his teammates. Yeah, honestly, it'd be an interesting one. It's a weird place to fight as well. Because if you fight there a lot, there's actually certain spots you can jump from to get up onto the rooftops, not using vehicles or anything. Psycho just announcing his arrival real quick, making sure he doesn't run over any of his teammates. 1-0 Looks like they are stealing kills away here. Is Bizzler gonna hop in the vehicle, try and drive away? 2 tires popped almost instantly. And he just has to try and drive down in a straight line. Hope he doesn't have to go anywhere else. He does find the knock onto Falcon. Gonna immediately go for the flush. So now he has Nanu and Coyote to fight. Finds the knock onto one. Preps the nade. Gonna be throwing it forward. Both of them trading nades. And I don't see either of them go down as Kickstart just making the drop here. Bizzler does end up going down. So now it's Gats from the other side. Nade being prepped and thrown. Headshot. Doubled up. And taken down. AKA eliminated in 13th. It looks like Bandits crashed right on to where Rello was. So down went Rello. Bestia fighting Bandits. Rock gonna be curious about it, but doesn't look like they're gonna full commit towards any of that. Bestia just gonna kind of post up on the corners and make it so Bandits can't really go anywhere. So, it does look like we are gonna have an ending pretty much directly on Hung Shan. And the eastern side of this is open right now. Like, you could probably fit another 2 teams in there. You'd start losing players, and you're not gonna have full teams, but definitely could have more. AK-47 goes down to Psycho. Arn0 finds Leo. Nada does survive off that one for right now. Psycho is able to use the knocked body for some extra cover. Is Nada finds the knock onto Arn0. The Panzer goes out, doesn't find anything. Gat still in the back lines of 1-0, so Fields can't turn around and help with this fight. That may be Gat's going down, and Fields does find the final shot. As I said, 2 more teams could fit, but I guess 3 teams are going to try and make their way in here. So Falcons did make it over. They're still up as a 4-man. No Limit Gaming is on the very edge. They just need to make it inside of the fence. And then Not Today took that northeastern corner that I originally pointed out. Falcons took this southeastern corner with No Limit Gaming just outside on the eastern fence. There's a couple of buildings over there, but they could like actually go towards the middle. Maybe better that they don't, because then they'd have way more angles they could get shot from. But they also would be like crash proof if they were in the middle. So it's weird. You have potentially dangerous Team Liquid 55, Kill for Fun, and 1-0 that are all outside of Hung Shan. And if this pulls down to the southwest, then all of a sudden all these teams that committed to going in there are going to be in a tough spot besides maybe Rock, Falcons, and Bandits. And I don't know how Bandits' vehicles are looking. They are getting a care package. I don't know if that's inside or outside the fence. It looks like it's just a little bit outside. So maybe they can pick that up, give themselves some extra gear. Shrimsy wants to find an angle onto RBN so badly. Yeah. It doesn't look like it's going to be a fully city ending. It does look like we're going to go just outside of it. So Bandit's going to be in a very, very good spot for this. Falcons, after this zone, are probably going to have to push towards Rock. So if they can get an opening knock or even maybe push over there right now anyways, that might be really good for them. No Limit Gaming, they were on the very southern side of Hung Shan. That's not safe anymore, so yeah, they are delving right into the depths. As Tiggleton actually got a knock onto one of the members of No Limit Gaming. A mortar comes out, lands in the middle of the road. So I don't know who shot that, but they definitely need to pull that back quite a bit. I think it was Rock that did it, and now it looks like Falcons are on the push. Rock getting knocks back and forth. Tiggleton Shrimsy, the last two up, and there's only two up for Rock now as well. Blue zones do go out, and Santastico's nade does find the knock on to Tiggleton. So it's all on to Shrimsy. Another nade comes out. Does a lot of damage to Shrimsy. Does almost nothing to Tiggleton. Medkit gonna come out. It looks like Rock does actually want to push over towards this. And Blue Zone coming out. And Shrimsy is unsure of where he is. There was a fence on top of him. And that's all he knew. Biel did make it across. He's gonna be getting the res onto RBN. Shrimsy does have a Panzer to work with, so the util is coming out for Rock. Oh, that's gonna flush Tiggleton. Oh, Shrimsy goes down too. Util usage on point there for Rock to eliminate Falcons. Falcons really didn't have a lot of options. They tried to make the push happen. They got two knocks, and then they just weren't able to get much else done. As the util was very good from Rock to get the knocks and then the flushes onto the last two members. No Limit Gaming, it looks like they also pushed up and took away a lot of Not Today's positioning. Sparking steps out, did spot Karak, was trying to get more. Just go for some jump shots. Now he's going for the shots before the Voltage Hills goes up. No, 1 health Karak. Shots go out. Psycho goes down now. That nade does a little bit of damage onto RN0. He doesn't have anything else to follow it up with right now. Now he's getting shot in the back by Gabru and potentially Dangerous. You got to make this push now, Liquid. Otherwise, you are going to be shot in the back. There we go. Gabru gets the knock onto Luke 12. That's what I was saying was going to happen. You needed to make that push right then and there. As Alo ends up going down through the smoke to Yayi. Sparking going to be the last one up. 1v1 between him and RN0. But plenty of teams looking over towards this position to cause some problems. Sparking, if you can finish this quick enough, you might be able to go res Luke 12. No, never mind. Champion gets the flush as we were saying it. Now, it's going to be a duel, but it's Biel that gets the kill anyways. Sparking does make it behind here, so he's just going to be trying to survive. He is up into the top 5 as Bestia gets eliminated in 6th place. Bandit still with the best spot, potentially Dangerous on the outside. No Limit Gaming over towards the northeastern corner, well, northwestern corner of Hungshan. And Rock down to the south. 4 up on all of these teams. Sparking gonna be the only solo. And we have a cat. Just don't hit the space bar. Yeah. Rubbing your head right against. Okay. We have a kitty. We'll adjust this slightly. We have cat. kind of slowed down at this point. Rock have gotten up onto the rooftops. But it looks... yeah. Gotta... maybe if you didn't lay on the most random of things, you wouldn't have been as uncomfortable, kitty. Back down. Yeah. Does this mean that you want to bite my hand with how much you're winging your tail around? I say that and she stops. Alright, Sparking. He has 3 gear, he has a ghillie suit, but Rock knows exactly where he is, and I don't think they're going to let him go anywhere. Biel does take a shot from him, though. And it gives him a possible opportunity. Oh, he wants to lead that so bad. See if there's any utility. He doesn't have any smokes or anything to work with. He's gonna have 1 first aid kit here in a second. Tavon just crawling. Kitty is watching on the other screen. Batungas. I feel like bandits need to not try and play for a fight with potentially dangerous here. I feel like they need to play for kill points onto Rock and No Limit Gaming. And then take the fight afterwards. Sparking. How have you made that run? Oh, Ashida does find him. We're down to our top 4 teams, all with 4 players apiece. Rock versus No Limit Gaming. Looks to be the start of our fighting. So we'll see how these teams do as the util usage starts to come out. The first knock goes on to Anaquano. Quano. I don't know how to say that name. It's a long name. Now, oh, tons of shots onto Danny there from Solds. He's not able to find a knock. HFit gets the knock onto RBN. And Solds goes down to Benya as HFit found RBN. Okay. What are you doing, kitty? Are you okay? Biel directly below Raisties. Trying to go for the shots, but Raisties able to take down Biel. Now we see Raisties just trying to survive through this blue zone on the very edge of it. Might take just 1 more tick, yeah. Barely took any damage from it. He had the jammer pack to help him go through. It goes for the shots, but Santastico with the return fire able to do a lot of damage. Do Rock have any more nades that they can try and throw and just push Racy off of this position? Because unless they can hit the shots, he is in a very strong position against them. But Tungas goes down to RBN, and this is why I was saying No Limit Gaming should just be paying attention to this fight rather than potentially dangerous, because I feel like you needed to go for kills here over the winning spot, because, I mean, potentially dangerous is just in so much better of a spot compared to the rest of these teams. Yayi does get a knock onto RBN, so it's all down to Santastico for Rock. HVIT finding a knock onto Danny, so No Limit Gaming are down to Benya. 4v1v1, and potentially dangerous. I mean, they are just in the spot to win this. Benya throwing a couple of stuns forward. you don't get my hand anymore because you tried to bite me. Oh, Santastico finds Benya. Now he's going for the fight, but Glock from the side is able to take him down straight up 4v4. Potentially dangerous versus Bandits. Gabiru does get the knock onto HVIT. The nade to follow it up with the flush, and I mean, potentially dangerous. They have a 2-2 split that's just going to be absolutely phenomenal to hold Bandits inside of this wall. Glock pulls forward just a little bit. And Tavon on the army crawl again. Gabiru gets the knock onto Yayi. Batunga is trying to find the angle, and down he goes. Tavon able to finish it off. Potentially dangerous. Winning match number 4. 10 kills to go alongside Rock. Were able to fight very well inside Hung Shan and pick up 12 kills for themselves. Potentially dangerous 20-point chicken dinner with those 10 kills. And just very clean. They got into a good position. They didn't really need to try and go for any kills, but they did pick them up here and there whenever they were available, and then were able to just take down Bandits right at the end. Now we're going to get ready to go to a break as we get ready for match number 5. We'll just wait for that updated leaderboard board. Tried to combine board and before. Before we go to a break. Justified, we do indeed have a cat. You redeemed cat, and the cat did appear. I need to get some soundbite for the cat. Or maybe like a clip of my cat appearing or something. I don't know, I gotta figure that out. But this is our updated leaderboard. Rock has taken first place now. Team Liquid in second. Falcons in third. Potentially dangerous. Fourth. Alcadzia have dropped down to fifth with 1-0 in sixth, followed by Furia and Mission Ready International Alliance. But now we're going to go to a quick break as we get ready for match number 5. Alright, here we go, match number 5. Our first Miramar of the week. I'm in. Is that another hot drop? Not today in 1-0 over at Impala. I swear, there's been nothing but hot drops so far in this, though a couple of them have really been cold drops. Got the hiccups all of a sudden. We good? Maybe it wasn't a hiccup. Maybe it was just a slight burp. Felt like the hiccups because there's like 2 of them though. Mavlicon! I appreciate it. Thank you very much. We'll try and hit these 10 push-ups. Let's see. Is the fight... Okay, the fight might stall out for just a second. We're going to hit these 10 push-ups. Make sure that my camera is actually on. Alright. Those last 2 felt weak, so I did 2 extra. I didn't like the feel of number 9 and 10, so I did 11 and 12 just because didn't want to cheat you out of your push-ups. But thank you very much for the 2 months in a row. I really, I have plans in the works to start working on a subscriber badge and a few other things and some new emotes and stuff. We're gonna try and get some animated emotes and stuff for mortars and people running people over and everything. So I don't know when I'll be able to get all of that stuff done, but they are. I currently have a graphic designer that I'm talking to. Well, I say I'm talking to. I'm waiting to get him added on Snapchat because that's where I do all of my great important business talk. Is Snapchat. And then it'll start getting work done. Gotta love it when the D&D campaign that you're planning for ends up having a graphic designer in it that might be able to do some things for you. Alright, not today, 1-0. Fighting it out. In the slowest... I shouldn't say slowest Impala fight ever. They're actually moving around and trying to shoot each other. I've seen some Impala fights where people just sit on the brick buildings and don't move. Mime goes down to Tony. Potentially dangerous. They were able to win the last match, and they're putting in a lot of work early in this one. Draft King doesn't have any more nades to work with. Gonna throw the stun over towards Gabru. Tavon was spotted out. One more bullet needs to connect. He's laying down. The shots are missing. Flood is finally able to connect with the shot. And this brings it back down to a 3v3. Glock was knocked at one point, but he got res. Tony is spotted out by Draft King. And with the vehicle going over there, Draft King gonna give a little bit more info as to where things are. He tried to throw that smoke to give him more covering fire, but we gotta wait for Vinny to make it over here. Not in time, but Infinite from Berserk is giving a little bit of covering fire to Bestia. And now Glock goes down. Tony gonna be the last one up for Potentially Dangerous. As doesn't look like he's gonna push. Tony should be able to just chuck this nade right down on the edge. Perfectly dodged by DraftKings. He was ready for it. He's going to try and go for the push. Peeking up and around, trying to bait out a few shots from Tony until he runs out of bullets. That stun. Beautiful from Flood, and DraftKings able to peek over and take him down. Is Vinny Rezable? Absolutely not, as Alo puts a bullet into his side right when I mention it. Alright, not today, 1-0. It looks like the fight has taken place at this point. AK-47, the last player left on 1-0. There is a bike at his fingertips if he wants to take it. Not today. Oh. They're still a 4-man. They are still a 4-man. He's on the bike. He's trying to take out, and from above, Longaray jumps down and finishes him off. Center zone, it looks like Falcons have found themselves a pretty good spot. 55, Team Liquid also near that central area for phase number 1. Bestia just a little bit farther off, though they did take couple of casualties, so they're only a duo right now. Volkadzia, D and Brello driving and scouting their way forward. It looks like the rest of Volkadzia are going to be joining them in a second, going over towards the big warehouse. They have a lot more space than they may realize, just because no one's really around here yet. We did lose 2 teams already. We've lost 14 players so far, and we're only 8 minutes into the match. So it's a little ridiculous, the amount of players we've already lost so early on in this one. And it means there's going to be space for so many teams to play. And even on top of that, AKA and Furia are currently outside of the blue zone fighting each other. Falcon and Coyote, were just moving a little bit. Nanu takes a headshot. He's not going to be able to keep on peeking. Furia is not going to allow AKA to disappear if they can. Coyote ends up taking down Falcon with the Panzer as he tries to drive by Panzer with the BRDM. And Kawazine had hopped out of it to make sure that he didn't go down to the Panzer. Nanu is over here. He's going to be trying to find an angle onto Kawazine. So one of the members of Furia did get knocked. Should turn on the AC. I didn't think it was going to get this hot up here today. What's the temperature right now? Oh, I suppose it's still 60 degrees. It's only going down to 50. I forgot that this week was supposed to be so nice. Yeah, the low for this week is 38 on Thursday, which is a little bit low, but the rest of the time it's like 45 and up, with our high being all the way up to 80 still. Wednesday and Thursday are going to be a little bit colder. Roth is just doing wheelies, I guess. I don't know. He's just looking forward. We went hard up towards Minas Generales. And Berserk going to be super happy with that. Bestia if they could have made the commit earlier, could have gone for a res, I think. But now Team Liquid is going to send it over to Minas Generales. It looks like Not Today is also trying to make it over there. Falcons might be able to take Cantera. The northern side of our zone is where most of the other teams should be wanting to go. Honestly, the other side of Minas Generales is open. So you could send it over across the street from Minas Generales. Towards the Unpushable and where we saw Bestia fighting earlier. And played that. That's going to be a pretty central one. We still have the Cornerstone compound in. I think that's what it's called. Cornerstone, Cornerstop. Cornerstone. I don't know. It's on the corner. Quanta compound. Oh, Flood. Getting util usage. He's not in the best spot that you could be in here. Oh, you can get up on the pipe right above where he is. Oh, and Draft King goes down. Yeah, so you can actually go up on the pipe right above that doorway a little bit. And you can just let, like, one person go through. Then you start shooting the second one. It's a little bit harder to do with players that are so good like Team Liquid. Because as soon as you start shooting, they're going to whip around straight to where you are. But it still might take them a second, and you can definitely get at least a knock to start it off. Alo trying to hit the shots onto Zero, but misses every single one. Just that tiny little head, it's hard to find sometimes. It looks like 55 has taken across the street, but Purdy and Luke 12 trying to make it over there. Did Alo spot him out? Team Liquid, I think you may want to just get out of here. This isn't the play anymore. Oh no, Purdy's gonna get shot in the back here in a second. Oh, how did that nade not knock him? Oh, that's an unfortunate nade bounce as well for Luke 12. Right, so this is a 2v4 right now, 55 versus Luke 12 and Purdy. Purdy somehow survived a nade exploding on his feet. That one I can find more acceptable. The other one literally exploded at his feet. So now Purdy gonna prep a nade, throw it forward, and he's just playing around these silos right now. Pippa gets an opening knock onto Alo. Purdy played ring around the rosy, made it outside before Psycho finds the shots onto him, so it's down to Sparking and Luke 12. It's looking tough for our second place team right now. Sparking goes back outside. Karak is already going to be out there. Zira and Psycho on that side. Sparking does find Zira. Psycho follows along, does get the knock onto Sparking, gets the flush as well. Luke 12 going to be pushing forward, going to be throwing the stun. He should be able to make it around this corner, get the knock. Now it's down to 1v1. Pippa versus Luke 12. Stun does go out onto Luke 12. When do the shots come out? Blind, and he almost takes him down, goes around. The drop shot wasn't enough from Pippa and Luke 12. Able to finish off 55 Esports. Holy. Alright, Luke 12, the last one up. And I did say that Team Liquid shouldn't go over there. I still stand by it. They have a single player left standing. No way. did that just happen? And I don't think they're not going to be able to get the BRDM back up. Like, that's gone. That's wedged right between the fence. I don't even know if it's worth it to try and spend the time to get it unwedged. That's so unfortunate for them. Wasted a flare on that when they could have tried to get an actual flare drop. Oh, Kickstart getting crashed by Okadzia right now, but they don't know about it. Gets the knock onto one, trying to fight Rello, and he gets the second. 2 players down for Okadzia. Kickstart gonna be happy with those 2 kills, and only 1 player left for Okadzia and Roth, and he's driving into the middle of nowhere. Where does he even go? Unpushable? What clean driving from Roth right there to make it into that doorway that cleanly, up the stairs after cutting the engine. That was a thing of beauty right there. So it looks like Team Liquid have been eliminated. Bandits have taken the spot across from Minas Generales. I did say that that could be a really good spot. And 2 teams did try and fight over it. It just didn't end very well for them. Shrimzy with an MG3. I think he spotted out some of the members. Tiggleton has an MK as well. So Falcons have gotten 2 different drops so far. Oh, Falcon, you don't want to come over here. You definitely want to get out of there, Falcon. I don't know how high up in the air he still is. Rock. Right now, it looks like they're going to have to push into Falcons, but they have vehicles, so they're going to be able to rotate somewhere else if they need to. Roth picks up a couple of kills onto AKA. I don't think he's going to be able to get Coyote right now. Oh, he has a nade to try and flush with. Cooked a little bit too long. Okay. It does look like Rock is going to be trying to take this fight up against Falcons. That is a huge moth. I don't want that moth in here. I don't really know what to do, though, because I don't have a way to catch it. Maybe it'll just stay right there and I don't have to worry about it. It'll disappear tomorrow. That's all I can hope for. Ooh, RBN, he makes it to a new little mound. Now it's going to be head peaks after head peaks between these 2 teams. Who is going to be able to hit the headshots? Get their kills. Kill for Fun eliminated by Not Today. Furia take down most of Berserk. 9 gonna be the last one left. Kraken spots him out. And honestly, 9 just gave Furia really good intel, because now they know that no one's in that compound and they can go crash him if the zone pulls over there. It doesn't. So now it's useless intel. And he has hard cover to try and hold the push from them. Nades from Falcons fly forward towards BL. They do so much damage. Not able to find the last little bit. 89 damage done to him. The last nade doesn't connect with anything. As more nades come out. And still both teams just not finding anything with the util. Solds finally finds a knock onto Hwin with that nade. Shrimzy right up against the edge of the blue zone. Biel trying to prep that nade for as long as possible. Going to be throwing it up and over. Gets the flush onto Hwin. Doesn't find anything really onto Shrimsy, so Tiggleton still hasn't even been touched. He's at 100, but Solds and Santasco are as well. Shrimsy with an MG3 finds one. Tiggleton almost goes down, but he finds the headshot onto Solds, so 2 down for Rock. 2 still up. He goes for the shots. He finds the knock on to kickstart. The player with the most health still on the team does get flushed by GiZero, so Furia stealing these kills away. Danny from No Limit Gaming steals the kill onto Biel. Santasco is flushed out, and Tiggleton hops in the vehicle, leaves Shrimsy behind, and away he goes. And he gets taken down and out of the vehicle by RBN. 10th place for Falcons in match number 5. I don't even know what kind of moth that is. Oh, RBN spotted. Takes a couple of shots. Oh, one more from GiZero. Maybe 2 more, actually. RBN still looking kind of healthy. I think he's just going to go down to the blue zone here. I mean, it's not an awful play. 4v1. There's not a lot of hope from that angle either. Longaray finally takes down Roth, the unpushable, only unpushable for so long. Okadzia did get a placement point out of it, and Roth had gotten a couple of kills as well. So not too bad of a game from them. Danchin just has a stun gun? What the heck? Why is there so many moths in here? What is happening? This makes no sense to me. Alright. Tried my best to solve the moth problem. I don't really know what it's gonna do, though. I can't wait for the colder weather to actually show up, so bugs aren't a thing anymore. For a few months. That'll be nice. I don't like paying for oil, but I also enjoy not having to deal with bugs. Don't like bugs. Snakers, the knock on to Pirlo. That blue zone nade, unless they have a jammer pack, should be able to get the flush onto both players. And no, actually going to be able to get the res onto Longaray. And might be able to pick up Pirlo right afterwards. More blue zone nades do go out. So that one's going to get the flush onto Pirlo. No. No, it's not. It doesn't go far enough. So Mission Ready International Alliance just not able to finish off the members of Not Today. Danchin, underhand nade, perfect onto GiZero. Almost gets the flush. It will get the flush right here. Goes a little bit further left with that one. Doesn't find any damage on Kawazine or Posa. Good first nade, though, to start it off. Oh, nades are going to come out into here. Yeah. First one from Kawazine does it perfectly to get the knock on to Danchin. Kraken and Posa gonna redirect their efforts towards this hillside. No Limit Gaming. Down below Danny. How long will he last? 3 players shooting at him. Furia, 13 kills so far in this one. They only had 19 points up to this moment. We're down to 4 teams. I don't know when that happened. Mission Ready International Alliance, Bandits, No Limit Gaming, and Furia. I was gonna say, I just looked at the leaderboard for a second. We have 2 teams with 50 plus points. Oh, Batunga's just in the middle of nowhere. He has double folded shield. Oh, and it's up to the left. He doesn't even say behind him. Mission Ready International Alliance finds an angle. Kawazine gets a knock on to Bizzler, Vox, Snakers. What can they do? Network lag, now of all times. There we go. Right. Mission Ready International Alliance, they're still trying to make their push into this. Spray coming through from Fachita. And Yayi. Fachita ends up with a headshot onto Vox. Snaker's the last one left. Fachita able to find Snakers through the smoke as well, and that is members of Mission Ready International Alliance done and dusted. Posa gets the headshot onto Danny. I don't think No Limit Gaming is going to be able to go for the res onto that, so it's going to be a 2v3 with Furia at 15 kills. Looking poised to get even more. Ooh, Kraken. This might be a tough spot for you. Oh, Yayi actually finds the angle onto Danny. Gets the flush, steals the kill away from Furia. Bandits are like, you don't need any more. You got 15 already. Let the rest of us have some. Kawazine takes a couple of shots. Phase 8, Phase 9 is just going to center up, and I think Kraken is the closest one. Everyone else is just nowhere near the center of zone. Benya, Furia end up getting a knock onto Yayi. Fashida, the only one left, and just barely gets a sightline away from Furia. 1 bullet is all it would take to finish him off, but he does get the first aid off. Tries to go forward. I don't even know if you go for the res onto Yayi there. I think you just have to take whatever util he has to offer you and continue crawling forward. Looks like that's exactly what he's gonna do. All of these teams on the very edge of the zone. Kraken is pushed right up next to No Limit Gaming. Benya making his way forward is going to get naded here by Kraken, who doesn't find any damage, but now they're going to know that there's someone right next door. That nade goes through, and finally, a little bit of damage comes out. Stun's gonna go up and over the top. Yai did end up getting rezzed. Rasties finds one. Vegeta goes down to the blue zone. Kraken finds Rasties. One player left. Benya versus 3, and Kawazine with the P90 able to take him down. That is 18 kills for Furia and the Chicken Dinner. 28-point game. Kawazine, 10 kills. Absolutely dominated everyone in this lobby, playing it like it was pubs with 10 kills. At the end there, he literally just ran forward with the P90, was able to hit the shots and take down the players. But now we just wait for the updated leaderboard, which comes to us very quickly. Rock still in first place with 64. Team Liquid in second with 60. Furia jump all the way up into third place with 47. We're going to go to a quick break as we get ready for the final match of today. little kitty cat is concerned. Because I'm all the way back here. And if I try and move this forward, she's gonna freak out that I'm moving too much. No, are you okay with this today? You're okay with this today? Not really? You look like you're ready to try and run away. Here we go, I'll give you attention again. We have another cat special, I guess. No, you want to bite my hand again. Why do you do that? Now you're staring at me like you should get attention. Okay. You get all the attention, don't worry. Oof. What is zone? Puerto Paraiso. Yeah. There is 3 teams inside this zone right now. We have a hot drop over at El Pozo. We have a hot drop at Chumacera. Interesting start. We'll have to see how teams want to play this. If they want to try and rotate early, if they want to try and go late. Per is knocked already on kill for fun. They were one of the last minute additions to the lobby, currently sitting in 15th place. Bestia, all the way down in 16th. I don't know what's been going on with Bestia, but they have just not been bringing their best. Yeah. AK-47 gets taken down by the Iron Sight Scar L from Champion. They can't push yet because there is still 3 other players inside that, and that smoke missing is going to be unfortunate. Champion with another headshot. That's 2 knocked. He goes for the shots onto Leo, and he finds a 3rd. Only 1 player left up on 1-0. He tries to go for the shots from the 2nd floor. Isn't able to find any, and Champion just trying to go for the flushes. Gets 2 already. What else can he do? Another flush onto Leo. So now we're going to see them pushing up towards the last player. 2 shotguns in their hand. Searching for this. He's up on the rooftop, and it's shotgun from Cacao to take down Nadamal. And a friendly gesture from Cacao afterwards to say hello. Definitely friendly gesture, not any BM, as No Limit Gaming get eliminated by El Kadzia. 14 teams remain before the 5-minute mark. Potentially Dangerous are also trying to surround Longaray, but he is going to hop in the vehicle and get out of there. I'm surprised the cat hasn't just run away yet. Normally, she just runs away by this point. That's fine. I mean, she's finally starting to put up with my voice being loud or quiet. Or she's been napping up here and is just annoyed at me that I'm still up here at this point. That's also possible, as HVIT just ran over one of the Berserk players. Right. Has slowed down a little bit. 5.5 minutes. We're down to 54 players. More shots coming out. But bandits have quite the way to rotate. Why is there so much fighting going up in Pozo? You would almost think that this is like a Pozo circle with how many teams are fighting over there. Unhappy is staring at the res station and like in a spot to do that, but Kill for Fun didn't lose any members in their early game fight. They had no reason to use it. Taggleton gets a shot onto Falcon. Falcon, shoot Falcon. Because that's not confusing at all. You enjoying watching PUBG, Kitty? She's such a weird cat. I don't understand her. Vinny just throws that stun. I don't even know why. It looks like Kill for Fun. Trying to find Unhappy. He might be the last one left on Berserk. As he did find the knock onto Cacao, but quickly fell afterwards to the supporting fire from LND. Oh. No, Kitty, leave the moth alone. Okay. Let's... Can you... Kitty, please... Just... For a second. Okay, cool. She put, like, her full body weight onto that. Do you want me to move this for you? Move this right here for right now. Okay, it's right here. Okay. You killed the moth and now you can't even locate it. You are something special. Do not even... That's a dead one. Oh, goodness. Oh, God. What's this cat doing? Well, I wish I would have gotten it a little bit sooner. She might still go back for it in a second. Ding-a-ling. She's something else. What is... Cammy always talks about how ridiculous the zones are on Erangel, and how that's the reason why he doesn't like ending on Erangel. And I think that's dumb because it's just that there happens to be more opportunities uh for zones like that on Erangel, I think, because there's a little bit more water. But like those can happen on every single map. So the fact that he singles it out to Erangel is, I think, a little over the top. Personally, I think they can be quite fun. And now that my cat's done being her mischievous cat self, we can go back to casting. Put her whole front paws onto my Switch. Last thing I need is for that to break right before the Pokemon game comes out. Bandits eliminated 12th place by Furia. 11 teams left, 39 players with 12 minutes to go. If we pull like down to the south or something again, with the next zone, this is just gonna be like a chalked game, honestly. I zoned out there for a second. Alright, Bestia. Flood is just running around. He's made it closer to Alo. I don't know if Alo spotted him or not. Flood's just trying to play peekaboo with him. Mime on the hillside. Shots do go out. Mime is able to get the knock onto Alo from the side, so that's at least one player knocked on Team Liquid right now. And now the shots towards Sparking immediately from Flood to try and cover Mime's run down. Best part of all of this is in zone. These are like a couple of the teams that are actually in the zone, and not any of the teams that are all the way up to the north still. So some of the teams with the most possible space left in it just ended up running into each other, and Bestia get a kill out of it. So that's 3 kills so far for them in this match. They're in a relatively good spot. Luke 12 is just on the side of the hill. Mime had an opportunity to just be able to look over and shoot him in the side. Fortunately, not what happened. I'm like hesitant to turn up the volume because then it's going to swap to the other one and we're going to lose our eardrums. But I'm going to do my best to try and pay attention for it. Because I feel like or I couldn't hear anything on this one. I'm still going forward. They are ready to try and find Luke 12. I'm sprinting forward now to try and catch Luke 12 before he can get all the way back, but does look like Luke 12 is going to be able to back up off of that one. Nades come out, but Team Liquid are already back to the Longhouse. And Bestia, they are just not sitting quiet at all. They are chasing Team Liquid anywhere they go. It's not enough for them to just have picked up that one kill and gotten a new spot in zone. They are actively chasing these teams. Kill for Fun fighting up against Falcons on the edge of zone. L&D goes down per the last one left on Kill for Fun. That nade goes for, doesn't find anything. But it doesn't seem like Falcons want to sit there and just try and shoot them either. They're going to actively work towards the next zone. Currently in phase 3. L&D didn't even get flushed either. Just left there. There's no possible way for me to get any louder either for the audio. That's not too bad, honestly. That audio level actually seems okay. Okadzia, they are like the very, very edge. Snakers ends up getting a knock onto D. The res is going to come out immediately. 6 kills so far for Okadzia. So MRIA is not allowing Okadzia to do any sort of wrap or find anything onto rock right now. So even if Okadzia found a knock onto rock, I don't think they'd even be able to like really push them at all, because MRIA would just immediately start shooting them and cause a big wrench in their plans. Oh my god, did you see this guy's ping? I don't know who this observer is, but he gets 9 ping to this server. That's insane. 9 ping? Dude, I play on 9D ping. That's ridiculous. I wish I could play on 9 ping. That'd be so much fun. Then every single time I died, I could just blame it on me missing my shots. Five ping? Wow. Oh. Rock picking up a couple of knocks onto Okadzia. That nade gonna fly over towards Cowboy. Only finds 4 damage, so maybe Solds needs to cook it a little bit longer to make sure that it actually does some damage. Cowboy is just well knocked, avoiding all of those nades and util. It looks like Falcons making their way over onto the back side of this. Rello gets re-knocked by Sold's nade, stolen by Shrimsy. Kickstart finds Roth. D gonna be the last one standing for Okadzia. Falcons up to 3 kills. My cat is back, and I don't know if I'm happy or scared about it. I don't know if she's gonna try and cause more trouble. No, she just kind of sat down beside me. No, too much. I don't... She's attention seeking, but as soon as I give her too much attention, she's gonna try and bite my hand off. You're on your own. Oh, Shrimsy just not hitting those headshots onto BL like he was earlier. Shots from earlier were just absolutely insane, and now the cat's back. Okay. Yeah? You just want to be on camera? Look. Here you go. Stare into the camera. You are so goofy. Just don't lay down on the keyboard. Oh, you look like you want to lay down on the keyboard. You are rubbing all up against my monitor. Okay. Okay, we avoided the keyboard. That's not too bad. I am an evil mastermind. Right, you know, I really thought that this was going to be like a crappy overall game, but it's really not too bad. Falcon gets a knock onto Falcons. Headshot with the mini onto Kickstart. Rock trying to creep forward along these hillsides, but they may just have to fight here in a second. Look at all of these teams right in this area. Furia a little bit further. You have Not Today over there. Mission Ready International Alliance, AKA, and Rock and Solds just got to run down here for free. Kitty, I told you not to hit the keyboard. Gosh. The bike blocking the way of Solds. He's gonna try and destroy the rest of the door and then pick up the bike. Get inside if he wants to get inside. Molotov is gonna prevent a lot of that. You're about to hit the spacebar again. Oh, shooting through the doorway. Solds does find the knock onto Coyote. Santastico drives a little bit forwards. Falcon steps around the corner with the MP5, gets the knock onto Solds. I think that's the first MP5 kill that we've seen. Santastico just nowhere to look. Just trying to lob some nades up and over, hope that he finds something. Blue zone at his back, and he doesn't even get the Panzer out in time to try and shoot it. Kitty, you just need to not hit the keyboard. Oh, Coyote with the headshot onto Shrimsy. Falcons goes down in 7th place. As Gats gets 2 nades onto Ciro and Pirlo. No. You don't bite hands. You're too dumb to understand. MP5 does get the flush with the nade onto Pirlo, and he goes down to the blue zone. 5 teams remain. Snakers finishes off Taifu, and we're down to our top 4 teams. Mission Ready, International Alliance, Potentially Dangerous, Furia, and Bestia. What are you looking? You are staring at the keyboard. like you don't have a thought in your mind. Gabroo with the knock onto Vinny. Now the smoke wall going forward. Potentially dangerous. Don't have a single kill yet in this one. And Bestia, after chasing Liquid for so long, retreat back to this compound that they killed one of the members in originally. All of that just to go back here. Why does this seem zoomed in? Am I just going crazy? Probably. Gabroo finds a knock onto DraftKing to follow it up. Getting shot now by Mission Ready International Alliance. Tavon does get the finish onto Bestia. Gets the kill onto Flood. So now we're down to 3 teams. 4v4v4. Bestia has been taking care of Mission Ready International Alliance. They have the most zone control because they're the only team with any real zone control. Potentially Dangerous have just now made it in to the edge of the zone. Furia not even on the edge. They have a lot of work to do. My cat's name is Sombra. If only she was somber, that'd be wonderful. But instead, she's just trying to cause as much trouble as she can whenever she can. Glock with the headshot over on to Vox. That's going to be dangerous. The more damage you take here in the late game, the less armor and helmet you're going to have for the last couple of circles. The quicker you will die without them. Mission Ready International Alliance, 6 kills so far in this one. They're at 24 right now. So that'll get them up to 30. Kawazine with the knock onto Gabroo. I think she's underneath the chair right now. Tony did get the knock onto Gizira. Kawazine takes down Tavon. So you have Tony and Glock now. Kraken goes down to Snakers from the other side, so all of a sudden Furia getting surrounded on both sides. Kraken almost flushed out. Now he is. So Snakers has the high ground with a FAMAS. Potentially dangerous still down below. Furia can't put too much attention on them because they got to worry about Snakers from behind. As soon as they start worrying about Snakers, though, potentially dangerous is either going to be able to move into the zone or shoot them in the back. So here we go. Snakers finds one. Vox with the supporting cover with the other. Gats takes down Posa. Furia eliminated. Potentially dangerous up against Mission Ready International Alliance. 3v3 right now. I don't think Gats is going to have the time to go for the res onto Snakers. Potentially dangerous pushing forward, trying to find any shots. Tony almost getting taken down by Vox. That nade from Bizzler takes down Glock. 3v2 Gats. Just going to have the off angle there to support. Blue Zone does go forward. Bizzler takes a hefty headshot there from Tavon. Tony gets the knock onto Vox, brings this back down into a 2v2. Bizzler trying to find the angle. Tavon finds Bizzler, and all of a sudden it's all on to Gats in a 1v2. Potentially dangerous. Almost looked out of it, but now they are coming back. It's all on to Gats. Oh, Tavon going for the res onto Glock. He has to try and push forward here, not allow that res to come through. Going for the shots onto Tony, but Tony immediately finds a headshot, and Glock finishes it right after he gets res. Potentially dangerous win match number 6 with 7 kills. Little boots. Oh my god. Sombra doesn't always go for ankles, but she has a tunnel that she can go through downstairs. And if she gets set up in time, as soon as you come around the corner, she's going to try and sprint through the tunnel and then, like, try and swat you. That's what she likes to do. Alright, we'll click live really quick. Yeah, this is going to give us our updated leaderboard. We'll just pause on it. Yeah, that's how she likes to do it. She likes to wait for you to come around the corner. She doesn't want to just walk up to you. She wants you to walk around a corner, so she can try and, like, sprint at you and attack you. She's a weird cat. Alright, let's get my face out of the way so we can look at this, updated leaderboard real quick. First place right now is Rock. Second place, Team Liquid. Third place, Furia. Fourth place, Potentially Dangerous, followed by Falcons. In fifth, Mission Ready International Alliance. Tied for sixth place with El Kadzia, followed up by Bandits in eighth place. Bestia down in 12th place. Wow, 12th place. Kind of surprises me. Don't really understand why they're all the way down there. Kind of crazy. 55 all the way down in 15th as well. The fact that those two teams are all the way down there is mind-boggling. Hopefully we'll see them perform better tomorrow and make their way back up the leaderboard. That's going to be pretty much it for us. So now I got to send you guys somewhere. The question is, where do we send you? Who is live right now? Terran's live. Let's see. Terran's live. Bizzler is live. He has a 5-minute delay, so he might stop his stream in a second, though. Actually, I think that's, it's really all I'm seeing online right now is Terran and Bizzler. And I don't know what Bizzler's going to be doing. I don't know if he's hopping off or if he's going to stop his delay or whatever. So we are going to go over to Terran. But I appreciate everyone who stopped by. You guys are all amazing. Thank you so much for the support, the wonderful chats that we had today. I will see you guys tomorrow for some more PUBG action. And we'll see how some of these teams are going to do if Bestia 55 can get themselves righted from the right side of the leaderboard. How our top teams are going to perform if Rock can stay in first place, or if someone else can come from a little ways behind and make a comeback all the way up towards the top. Have a wonderful rest of your guys' night. I will see you next time. Bye-bye.